Welcome. Radhe Radhe. Welcome to another live Sangha. Also, it is ASMR Sunday, which reminds me to put the label up at the top that says that. Here we are. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space. Hello, Nassau. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And may this be a space open to everyone, all-inclusive. May you feel accepted, validated, and affirmed here. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiment. Hello, Dob Darker, and thank you for blessing us so early with a heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nassau, for your ice cream cone. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Ragnhildur. Hello, Melinda. Hello, Lonella. And thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Alice. You all are so early. I have a question of the day for you all, which is something I like to start off my live streams with. Feel free to participate in it, including you viewers from the future, in the comments down below. You know who you are. My question today is, what did you do to take care of yourself today? Self-care is important. Don't let me catch you lacking in it. And hello, I don't use this account anymore. Yes, you do. And hello, Keeping It Wheels. Hello, Crystal Lee. We will read a book in a moment. Hello, Funky Yurt. And thank you, Nancy, for sending your love. I hope to refract it back on all of you like a prism. And hello, V-Days, or Vids, Vides. Nancy who? You share that you rested. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Funky Yurt, you invited a ground over for fun. Well, I'm very happy to hear that for you and your ground. It's always important to be grounded. Hello, Brittany. And hello, Lena. ASMR is your favorite spiritual ASMR. I am happy to hear that. And thank you, Asma, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Alice, you took a minute to calm down after you got mad at the Wi-Fi not working. Been there. And that's very impressive, to know when to take a step back and try to let it go. Nicole, you went to Walmart. That can be a nice thing to do. It can also be overstimulating. I hope that it was a nice time for you, as nice as it can be. And hello, Loopy Lane. Hello, Priscilla. Thank you for your rose. I don't use this account anymore. You share that you did shadow work. Good. And Nicole, you ask, what did I do? Well, today I slept in. I gave my body the rest it needed. And hello, someone whose name unfortunately does not render on my screen. Kiwi. And Priscilla, you share that you did nothing. You are with lazy. Well, with lazy being there, maybe that is what you did for yourself today. Took it easy. Vides, you spent time with your hobby. Good to hear. Lonella, you did some relaxing in bed with chocolate and drinks. I like to hear that. That sounds like a lovely time. And Anna, you went to the beach. How lovely. Lonella, you also listened to beautiful music. Very wonderful. And hello, Rachel Black Moon. And Asma, you listened to one of my previous lives on YouTube. It's very sweet of you. Happy to be here live now with you. And greetings, Obi-Wan Bon Jovi. Sakira, you ate healthy today and wanted to eat kettle sugar popcorn, but controlled your desire to eat unhealthily. That's a difficult one indeed. Well, I'm happy that your body got some good nutrients today. And Honey Badger Heals, you listened to the ASMR Chapter 4 of the Bhagavad Gita. Very lovely to hear that. Chapter 5 was just released yesterday. I hope you enjoyed it. And hello, Daniel from Toronto, the other side of Canada. And JJ, you shared that you took your terminal cancer meds and watched TV and ate and was happy. Life is awesome. Well, I am so happy to hear that you were able to find such happiness in your day, despite the adversities in your life at this time. And thank you, Harap Alb Eri, for your rose and heart me. Radhe Radhe. You watch the skyscape? It's a tough thing to say, skyscape. I guess it's not that hard. Nancy, that's lovely. The shape of the buildings against the horizon can be a wonderful experience. I agree. And thank you, Usha, for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. Shelly Belly, you spent time with family. Happy to hear that. And Martin Babe took a nap. Good. Naps are wonderful. Hello, Guava. Hello, life is worth living. Indeed it is. Mango, you did your nails. And yes, today is ASMR Sunday, Caleb. And Randy verified, you went to the gym and taught your friend how to juggle. She can almost juggle 3 now. That's wonderful. Being a teacher is so rewarding. And Chris, you had a vitamin pill? Happy to hear that. And I'm not sure what the other things are, but vitamins are good. The undead, you did nothing. Nothing is a great thing to do. I agree. Thank you, Priscilla. White Tiger, you had wine today. I am sure that it was an enjoyable experience. And Manifestando, you did some realization. I love that. And Foeflof. That's very kind of you to say. Ahmad Damascus, you are wondering, what is my show about? This one? I guess you'll have to wait and see. Now, thank you everyone for exploring this question of the day. I'm very happy to hear that. You all did some good things to take care of yourself. Mind and body, emotional, spiritual needs need to be satisfied. You had more water. Hug me tighter. Water is a good thing to drink. I agree. And green eggs and fried brains. I like your username. You took a shower. I'm happy to hear that. And hello, Kalki Ji. Namaste. And thank you, Spring, for your 10 roses. And Priscilla for your ice cream cone a moment ago. Radhe, oh Radhe. As you all know, I like to open up my live stream with the question of the day. And so I am very grateful for all of these answers to my inquiry. After I start with question of the day, I like to do a short reading, if you're interested. We are reading from a book called Roar of the Ganges, which takes place in India. The Ganges are a spiritual river system. Well, they are a physical river system, but they are very spiritually revered. And on the banks of the Ganges are many ashrams. These are like spiritual hermitages to study the Vedas, humanity's oldest scriptures that are said to have been descended from the Himalayas, where the Ganges flows down. This book takes place from the author's perspective, Swami Taratmananda Ji. Swamiji has given his expressed permission for me to read this to you all, and we've made a considerable dent in this book so far, with only a third of it remaining. Before he was known as a Swami, a Hindu monk, his name was Mark. And let us listen to the latest episode of Mark Shenanigans in Rishikesh, a city in North India. Aye, Mark, please come in. I left my shoes on the veranda as my friend, Swami Prakash, welcomed me into his cozy room. It was no larger than mine, but his was packed with hundreds of books, stacked helter-skelter on rickety shelves. A coarse rug covered the floor, on which cushions were scattered about for sitting. Papers were strewn across a low table that served as his desk. Other books and papers were piled in irregular stacks on the floor. The spicy, sweet fragrance of incense permeated his room. In the corner near his cot stood a small table arranged as an altar. Images of Shiva, Ganesha, and Krishna were surrounded by fresh flowers. A brass Nataraja, dancing Shiva, stood in the center. Incense smoke curled around the figure's outstretched arms. I happen to have a Nataraja sitting next to me. To give you some feeling as to what Mark is describing here. It's actually a small version of the same statue that's in front of the Large Hadron Collider, that massive particle accelerator in Geneva, Switzerland. Shiva represents the personification of destruction, which is very fitting for a particle accelerator, sometimes also called an atom smasher. A photograph of my guru, Swami Dayananda, was also placed to one side. Judging from the blackness of his beard, the photo must have been taken over a decade ago. We exchanged the customary pleasantries and sat down on the cushions. He asked, "So, the date for your initiation as a Hindu monk is approaching, isn't it?" "Yes, Swamiji, in just a few more days." "Just a few more days, is it? Then, what have you been doing to prepare yourself for this auspicious event?" "Prepare myself?" I echoed, unsure of what he meant. I see. Every day I see you spending so much time with Brahmachari Vijay, Mark's friend and fellow student of this ashram, and with that British boy, what is his name? Richard. But this is not the proper time for socializing with your friends. This is the time for prayer and meditation, isn't it? Swami Prakash lectured me rather sternly, reminding me that to receive sannyas is a great blessing, worldly renunciation. One I should not take for granted. I suppose that, since arriving in Rishikesh, I had been taking this matter somewhat casually, but I had dwelled upon it a great deal for the past 6 months, ever since the date for my initiation was fixed, and in the months and years leading up to that decision. Yet, I had to admit that I was not approaching this important rite of passage with the dedication and mindfulness it deserved. My guru, Swami Dayananda, had not yet said anything about my impending initiation. We had previously discussed whatever needed to be said months ago, and I presumed that he would tell me anything else necessary. Yet, he would probably not scold me like Swami Prakash was doing. Swami Dayananda seldom exercised his authority in commanding or reprimanding anyone. He was highly non-directive by nature. He preferred to teach his students about dharma, righteousness, so they would be guided by proper values rather than by his commands. Obviously, I had failed to see the value of spending more time in prayer and meditation in preparation for my initiation. I was grateful to Swami Prakash for pointing this out, even though his comment stung a little. After Swami Prakash finished his chastisement, he directed me to read the Sannyasa Bhaddhati, a text that described the rituals I was to undergo. He told me to study it carefully and to see him if I had any questions. The remainder of my time was to be spent in prayer and meditation, no more socializing. I politely excused myself, feeling a little sheepish, and touched his feet before leaving. I immediately went to the library. There, thousands of volumes stood on sturdy metal shelves, neatly stacked and properly catalogued. This library had begun with a handful of books Swami Dayananda once kept in his simple hut. As the ashram grew, so did the library's collection. It now contains many rare, out-of-print Sanskrit books. I asked the librarian, a brahmacharini, a female student named Nilu, to help me find the sannyasi or sannyasa Bhaddhati. She disappeared among the stacks and returned almost immediately with a slim volume, having known exactly where to find it. I signed it out in the register and returned to my room to begin my reading assignment. The book described in detail the series of complex and highly symbolic rituals I was to undergo. It was written entirely in Sanskrit. Arcane works like this are rarely translated. I felt fortunate to have had the opportunity to learn the language, even though my studies had been a long, torturous struggle. Sanskrit is a classical language like Latin or Greek, and is endowed with an amazingly intricate grammatical structure and a staggering vocabulary. Being an ancient language, it is replete with strange idioms and references. Only after 10 years of study did I finally feel comfortable with the language. I passed the remainder of the morning and most of the afternoon reading, pausing now and then to consult a dictionary. As I discovered the beauty and symbolism of the rituals, a wave of exhilaration swept over me. I could scarcely believe that I would soon experience the same rituals that monks in India had undergone for generations. I cautioned myself not to let this become an ego trip. I decided to go down to the riverbank to meditate and thank God for the many blessings that had unfolded in my life. And with that, we'll pause our reading there for now, but I thank you all for listening. A lovely little section as we get closer and closer to Mark's initiation into Sannyas. Soon he shall become a sannyasi, or renunciant, and his friend Swami Prakash has scolded him. No more socializing with Richard and Vijay. You are to meditate and study the scripture and pray. It's a serious time. Now we may open the floor up to questions and answers, our regular format. And thank you, Rias Sulav, for your star you sent whilst I read. Radhe, Radhe. And Sarah Sherman, thank you for your half-dozen roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And John F., thank you for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. And Sky Guardian, you ask if I knew that Swami Taratmananda Ji, the author of the book we're reading, and your guru, in his 20s had hair like me all the way down his back. My goodness. That's hard to imagine. Now with his mango fuzz head, as I like to call it. Now he just has fuzz. Like a mango. Angry land mammal. You are wondering, what am I studying in school? I haven't been to school in a few years since I dropped out so I could focus on my mental health, so I could better attend to my body's needs and incorporate some more value into my relationships with my family. But when I was in university, I was studying theoretical mathematics. And thank you, Vladimir, for your 16 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Honey Badger Heals. You share thoughts on the following. All that is perceived, all that is heard is Brahman and nothing else. Attaining the knowledge of reality, one sees the universe as the non-dual Brahman. Sounds like a classic saying in Advaita Vedanta. Indeed, we can look at this from a rather simple perspective. Consider the source of existence. Obviously, we are unable to perceive it directly. But whatever this existence is, it must have had some source. Whatever that source is something very different from all of this, from some perspective. Whereas the world is finite, that source must have been unified, infinite. So that source has picked up a kind of reverence. We refer to the source very, very much with love, out of gratitude and awe for that sheer infinitude of whatever place this universe arose from. And with that in mind, we also can recognize that all this stuff, the material energy called the Maya, it also must be part of that Brahman. Nothing in particular can be said to be the source. You can't pick out something in the universe and go, there it is. I found the source of the universe. Because it pervades everything. Everything has come from that source. Nothing is separate from it. With that in mind, all this is an expression of that source. All this must be none other than Brahman. Just with many upadhis, conditions, limitations, forms projected upon it with our mind, in which we experience the whole manifold universe. And I am very happy to provide a soothing and calming space for you, Nay. Hello, Sakiko. Happy to have you here. And thank you, Priscilla, for another rose a moment ago. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for your heart meat. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Thank you for reminding me to get on making you a tiny dino emote. I will try to remember for you. And thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Sammy. Thank you for your tiny tiny also. Yahoo! And thank you, Rob, for your tiny tiny. Yum 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 yum. Welcome, MJ. And thank you, Trenadora, for your heart me and for sending some love from Portugal. Very happy to have you here. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, couple of nomads. Have I drank water lately? I have. However, I can do more of that for you now. Sky Guardian, you ask Yam, how many yams does it take to change a light bulb? Knowing me, 1 to hold the ladder, and 1,000 of me to hold the room and spin that around. Thank you, Benifer, for your rose a moment ago also. Jai Sitaram. Licio, you were wondering if I had any thoughts on deja vus, as they sometimes scare you. In my experience, deja vus often occur when you return to the present moment, because the present moment is where we have always been. We sometimes get lost in the second narrative that is ongoing, but when we're here in the moment, or when we return to that place which is here and now, then of course we feel like I've been here before, because you always have been, in the eternal now, which is all there is. In this moment, if you stay in it, you will not experience any more deja vus, because you are here, where you are home. And thank you, Rob, for your heart meet and team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, MJ, for your pair of let 'em cooks. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, couple of nomads, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Shane, thank you for your fire. Shro, you share that drilled R doesn't exist in Sanskrit, so I should please avoid the sound when saying Sanskrit terms. I appreciate your reverence for the language and informing me based on your experience of it directly. However, in my understanding of Sanskrit, as Vedic Sanskrit shifted into classical Sanskrit, many of the sounds started to change, and in modern times, people don't trill the Sanskrit R, nor do they realize that the diphthongs O and A were once also pronounced Au and I, even though both of those diphthongs also exist in Sanskrit today as Au and I, except their initial akar was lengthened. So instead of O and Au, it was Au and Au. And instead of A and I, it was I and I. Similarly, many of the liquids, such as the arkar and alkar, they became more like their semi-vowel form without the trill. But if you go back far enough into the time of the Vedic language, then the R sound was indeed trilled. And so, although I differ from classical Sanskrit pronunciation, I try to be accurate, closer to the Vedic time. I hope that makes sense. And thank you, Melina, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, G. I am feeling well. I hope you are also. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your pair of roses. Shro, you were wondering what was the time of the Vedic versus classical Sanskrit. It is more of a continuum than any particular time period, but scholars generally divide the transformation of Sanskrit to classical after Panini wrote his Ashtadhyayi, which is his book of 8 chapters, formalizing the language. And so Vedic Sanskrit is also called pre-Panini Sanskrit. I can't remember when exactly Panini was. Something like, I'm not even going to guess. I forget the time of Panini, but it was quite long ago, at least relative to recent times. And thank you, Liz, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Rias Zulauf, thank you for your rosa and pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Crystal Lee, you would like me to read a book? We just read one. And I know you were here for that. Would you like me to read another book? We can read from a short section of the Pocket Pema Chodron, if you like. This is a book filled with many verses from Pema Chodron. She is a lovely Buddhist nun, one of the wisest women in the world. You love when I read books? Alright. As you wish. We can read a verse. And I can even put up the cover of this one. Here we can read number 50. Mirror, mirror on the wall. I like the sound of this one already. And my good vibes are already on its way to you, Nico. Mirror, mirror on the wall. If we are wholehearted about wanting to be there for other people without shutting anybody or anything out of our hearts, our pretty little self-image of how kind or passionate we are gets completely blown. We are always being tested, and we're always meeting our match. The more you're willing to open your heart, the more challenges come along that make you want to shut it. You can't do this work in a safety zone. You have to go out into the marketplace and live your life like everybody else, but with the added ingredient of not wanting to shut anything out of your heart. Maitri, loving kindness, has to go very deep, because when you practice it, you're going to see everything about yourself. Every time your buttons get pushed is like a big mirror showing you your own face, and like the evil stepmother in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, you want the mirror to tell you what you want to hear. Even if it's that you haven't been kind or that you're selfish, somehow you can use your insight into your limitations to keep yourself feeling all right. What we don't want is any unforeseen feedback from the mirror. What we don't want is to be naked, exposed. We have blind spots, and we put a lot of energy into staying blind. One day, the wicked stepmother went to the mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?" And instead of, "You are, sweetheart," the mirror said, "Snow White." And just like us, she didn't want to hear it. Nevertheless, I think we all know that there's no point in blaming the mirror when it shows you your own face. And there's certainly no point in breaking the mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Am I making you go to sleep? You love books. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Today is a day for relaxation, a day of rest. Thank you for listening. And thank you, little wing Nico, for your heart me and finger heart a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Loni, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Tabini, thank you for your heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Crystally, you are wondering, what does that mean? Radhe, Radhe means salutations to Radha, the Divine Feminine, and consort of Shri Krishna, so beloved. Hari also refers to Radha and Krishna as the Shakti of the Shaktiman, the energetic of the energy. I said that backwards. The energy of the energetic. Om is a syllable which represents all of creation, preservation, destruction, and the impersonal reality, the Brahman that pervades it all. Dat means that, and Sat means truth. So Hari Om Tat Sat means the divine couple, Krishna and Radha. They are creation, preservation, destruction, and Brahman all at once, and that is truth. And thank you to Bini for your heart me a moment ago. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, John Simon, as well, for your heart me. Thank you, Claudia Sel and Divine King. Alexandra, you share that yesterday night you got a calling to learn about Shiva. As you should. Shiva is the lap of creation, being the oblivion in which it all falls into. And I'm happy you find soothing sentiments here, Shar. That certainly is my intention. Om Namah Shivaya. Bo Tagothia, you ask, Buddhist, Hindu, pantheistic? Yes, no, maybe so. All of the above, and yet none of the above. And share. Thank you for your 10 rows a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I agree, the effect on the picture works very wonderfully, doesn't it? Looks like they're floating through space. This is one of those Harry Potter pictures from Harry Potter, where the painting is alive. It's very fun. And Krista Lee, you certainly don't have to send a galaxy. Especially if your mom said no. You should respect her best wishes. If you want to send one, you can send a galaxy emoji. I will accept that. And thank you, Miss Maria, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, John F., for your tiny. Yippee! And Nish, thank you for your ice cream cone. Actually, I got a little mixed up. Thank you, Nish, for your heart me. And thank you, Little Wing Nico, for your ice cream cone. Chloe, you shared that you have been using the Ganesh mantra, Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. It's lovely. You meant Ganesha. Same. In modern times, especially in the north of India, people drop the final sound at the end of words. Ganesha becomes Ganesh, Shiva becomes Shiv, Rama becomes Ram, Krishna becomes Krishna. But in Sanskrit it is indeed Ganesha. Trenadora Sara. You were asking for the Gayathri mantra, please. I suppose we can do the Gayathri mantra. It is one of my favorites. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodaya. How was that? And thank you, beautiful Crystal, for your quartet of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lindsay, you share that you can't believe you haven't been following me this whole time as you've been watching this live for months. It's quite alright. As long as you want to be here and you're able to get here on time, then it doesn't really matter. And Matt Morales, you were wondering a few minutes ago, what is a Sangha? Sangha is a Sanskrit term that means a community, or a company, or a gathering. It's an association, not a formal one, just a temporary, on-the-spot happening where we gather, share uplifting sentiments, relate in one another, and be bonded by our shared passion for coming to happiness or purpose or meaning in this life, regardless of background, identity, orientation, etc. And Julian, you share that you're in agony right now. You lost someone that was everything to you, but they didn't care for you. You share that it's also difficult breathing. You just don't have a guide in your life, and right now you're insanely sad and don't feel like eating. It sounds like you are grieving, and that is not uncommon at all. I am sure that all of us here have experienced grief in some form or another, and although we differ in our experience, our shared understanding of that feeling, that can provide some comfort knowing that you're not alone for feeling so sad. Sadness can be a beautiful time of transformation, and I hope you allow yourself to feel it. Of course, you want to feel better, and you will, given time. But right now, the best thing for you is to feel all these feelings that are going through your mind, holding space for yourself in your heart. It's okay to be in pain, that's for sure. It's what makes us human, the ability to withstand that. And take your time, be patient with that process. The heart wants what the heart wants, and you're allowed to sit with that feeling. And in time, this too shall pass. And I thank you for having the vulnerability of even sharing that with us, especially on a public forum such as this, a TikTok comment section. That goes to show the sincerity of what you're going through, and all my best wishes are on their way to you now. And thank you, Trainadora, for your quintet of roses a few minutes ago. And that's quite alright, Pesto. You certainly don't have to watch it tonight, especially if you have 2 exams tomorrow. Study well and rest well. So much love from chat going to Julian. I love to see that. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Jarrett, for your Heart Me team bracelet. I cheer you up. 38 cheer you ups. 38 team bracelets. And a snowboard. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you for the tiny also. Yippee! Elad Segal, you share some Hebrew, I gather. I can't read Hebrew, but I would love to learn what that does say. And yes, do be careful, Azuleya. It is not me who messaged you. I refer you to my disclaimer up here. This is my only account, and I encourage you to be cautious with other people that claim to be me offering services. This is not something I have given consent for them to use my image and likeness. As a result, for everyone's safety, I don't message my followers on here. And if you want to get in contact with me, do so more directly. And I'm happy to hear that Cat Ladybird is able to block those who aren't me, and that you are able to exercise your discernment. I appreciate your carefulness, everyone. And hello, Emily. How are you doing today? I'm doing well as well. I don't know why I said as well. I just answered for you. If you are not well, please tell me. If you want. But I trust that you are well. Thank you for asking. You are well. Good to hear. Honey Badger Heals, you ask, is discernment and free will the same? There is an overlap between these terms. There is also a nuance, which is that discernment tends to be used in reference to the intellect, but the intellect is not directly where our free will lay. That is in our power of identification, in association, and indirectly that does have an effect on our intellect's ability to discriminate. Or discern. And Child Lover, you share that it would help to upload a video or something of the like, so it would be easy or less easy to copy my likeness. That's a great idea. Thank you for reminding me to do so. Now naturally, of course, I could probably just copy that video and post it also. But it's an extra layer of security. And hello, MJ. And Honey Badger Heals. You were wondering if I had thoughts on quantum healing. To be honest, it's not something I'm very familiar with. I believe there is always going to be truth in everything. And to me, when I hear the term quantum healing, I think of healing done at a subtle level. Healing that focuses not on the very visual things, the very apparent methods of healing, but a healing that may happen in deep meditation. One in which we access our subconscious, which is so subtle and easily imprinted on. Making good impressions on your subconscious is a very precious thing we can harbor as a skill. And thank you, Ross V, for your rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Vladimir, you ask a technical question. Why is the Brahma Sutra called so even if it goes about Brahman? Simple answer, because in Sanskrit it is referred to as Brahma, but we also use that word to describe the creator. So in English, we differentiate the two by a difference in spelling. Actually, the Brahmins, which are often spelt in English as ending in IN instead of AN, is also spelt the same. So it's the same word in all three situations, but in English we do different endings so that we can differentiate them better. Same reason why the Mahavakya or Mahavakya, I don't think there's an L in that, Aham Brahmasmi means I am Brahman, even though there's no N in the Brahman in that statement. It's Aham Brahmasmi. But good question. Abhikesh, you were wondering, do I have any thoughts on if time travel is possible? Time travel is something we're doing now in some sense. We are moving forward through time, or maybe even more accurately, time is moving through us. So we are approaching dates that we have set in time, and those dates are moving closer to us. Backwards in time is the good stuff, though. I believe that if space and time is curved dramatically enough, it is possible to have your 4-vector pointed backwards relative to others. 4-vector refers to the direction in space and time which an object is moving through in general relativity. And actually there are places in the universe where we do experience a negative 4-vector, meaning the temporal component is pointed backwards relative to us. And one such example is antimatter. Due to something called CPT symmetry, charge parity time symmetry, if you swap any of those three, then that's equivalent to swapping the other two. The math just works out the same. So from one perspective, antimatter is the same as regular matter, except it has its charge and parity swapped. So it has a negative charge instead of a positive one, and instead of going clockwise in a helix, it may go clockwise, counterclockwise. That's the same as if we just swapped the time direction also. So you could say that antimatter is equivalent to time reversed matter due to that symmetry. So the math works out the same, it's just less intuitive. And it depends on your interpretation, which is more accurate. Most people just say that antimatter has reversed charge and parity, but you could also say that it's just going backwards in time. Now the details of this is not something I'm familiar with, but it's just a little fun fact. Do I have actual practical experience going backwards in time? No. What I do know is that time is now. This moment is my reality, and I hope to be satisfied with it rather than trying to change the time I'm in. And good evening, Vaz High Roller. I have listened to some videos from Bashar. Since many of you are always asking about Bashar, I thought, okay, I should do some research for you. So last week I didn't spend long. I just watched a couple videos from Bashar. Very interesting. I won't make any claims on whether he actually is channeling or not, or what that even entails. But the good news is, you don't have to make a judgment on that, because what he says stands on its own, in its own right. The words have value. And I think that's the important part when learning from spiritual places. That it's not about going to a reputable authority on spiritual matters. It's about the words themselves having their own value. That it doesn't matter where the words come from. The words themselves make the matter self-evident. And I think what Bashar shares is very true. His words on manifestation, law of attraction, that sort of thing. Being able to find that flow state in which the universe is providing for you. Those words stand by themselves upright, and I can get behind those ideas, absolutely. Now I am quite behind on extending my gratitude back to people who sent gifts, so do allow me the opportunity to do that now for you. Thank you, Nish, for your trio of cloud breads a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Cat Lady Bird, thank you for your disco love. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Jarrett, for your ski goggles too. Jai Sitaram. And Jaina, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, MJ, for your auspicious number of 108 tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, This Is My Show, for your heart me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Saturnus, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Hello, James. Now I see the topic of what I assume to be an implication of my dilated pupils has arisen, and many people have rushed to my defense. It's quite alright. You don't have to defend me. I take no offense to such an observation. All I ask is, if you are going to speak on my behalf, do so with kindness. And if they don't respond in return with kindness, then I will mute them for the duration of this live stream. But they are always welcome back if they change their attitude. Hope that is agreeable for everyone. And thank you, Jarrett, for your 11 tiny dinies. Yahoo! And hello, Liam Platt. And hello, Marion. And thank you, Jack, for your subscription. I hope you use the sticker pack that comes with it. Though it is a small gift. The sticker pack, that is, for such a generous opportunity for me to be of more service to you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I wonder if Ed Sheeran will come today as well, Sky Guardian. Every day, I wake up with that question. In user 537, you ask, what's the thing about untying the knot of the unknown? Perhaps someone here knows, but that sounds like a wonderful saying. I happen to be tying knots myself. If you ever wonder what I'm doing with my hands, I like to tie little knots with the manjira and then pull them until they untie themselves. I find that awareness has a naturally untying effect on the knots within it. If you want someone to clean their room, put a really bright light on in their room, and then they're forced to acknowledge all the dust on the table, all of the clothes on the floor, all of the glasses on their desk. It's easy to not acknowledge when it's nice and dark in your room. You don't have to look at it. Sometimes when my mother is on the phone, I will hand her something that's knotted, like this or a pair of headphones, and she'll just start untangling it. Not even because she assumes I've implied that this task is for her to complete, because she'll just set them down. She won't give them back to me. She has her mind elsewhere, but her awareness is still here. And when there is an yet to be untangled knot in her presence, the awareness alone begins to guide the body to untangle it. The same is true for negative sensations that are knotted inside of us. Just shining the light of unconditional awareness onto those knots, they begin to untie themselves. I've noticed that this is true with anxiety. When you start to get that anxious feeling in your stomach, just shine the light of awareness on it, and those knots begin to untangle themselves. And thank you, John F., for your heart me and finger heart a few minutes ago. Radhe, oh Radhe. Deceased, you share that you struggle with accepting your Asperger's, if I've pronounced that right. How can you stop being so naive and spilling all your thoughts? My dear, it is not naive to spill all your thoughts. You simply may have company that has their own ability to hold what you say and consider it to heart. For you, it is just so easy to share what you love. And some people might get defensive when you share so much, only because they are unable to hold so much knowledge, at least all at once, and so they feel the pressure to limit you so that they can hold as much as they can hold with what you're sharing. But that says more about them than it does for you. So perhaps with that understanding, you know that it's not about you and your ability to restrain yourself. It's about other people's capacity to hold what you have to say. I hope that makes sense. And much love to you for all of humanity. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. And Priscilla, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Your connection cut out. That's okay. I can rephrase. When you share something and the other person who you are sharing to is unable to hold everything that you have to share, they might tell you that it's naive to share so much, that you're oversharing, but really it's a reflection on their own ability to hold your words. And I hope that with this understanding, you can be kinder to yourself. Allow yourself to share as much as you need. And if the other person is unable to hold that space for you, then that's their own limitation, not yours. It doesn't poorly reflect on your inability to refrain from sharing what's in your heart. Many people just feel like they always have to be contributing to the conversation. And when you are in a sharing mode, they might struggle to contribute back in return, and then they get defensive because they feel bad that they are unable to connect at the same depth that you are to the subject matter. With that kind of thing in mind, yes, they might call you a black sheep, but that's not a label that you have to accept yourself. And I'm sorry that they called you that. You are beautiful in your uniqueness. I hope you don't take that personally. It's personal to them and their inability to hear you out, but not personal to you. You are just a fountain of knowledge and awareness on the things that matter to you and speak to your heart. And being able to share such a passion so deeply is a blessing for everyone who's able to receive you to that depth as well. But those that aren't able to meet you at your level, they might call you names only out of their own insecurity to be able to come to such an awareness as deep as yours. And thank you, yesterday's child, for your 10-finger hearts a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Amanda McCormack, hello. You share that you messed up your neck over the weekend, and now you're turning your head like Batman. I am sorry to hear that. I am glad that you are able to find some humor in how you've had to adapt to it. Bodies are so resilient in many ways, and they're also very fragile in other ways. And thank you, Michael Spadoro, for your tiny a few moments ago. Yippee! And I agree, Alice. We are all just wounded people trying to feel accepted. The thought has been coming to my mind a lot the past few months that we're all just a little misunderstood. We are all just a little misunderstood. And hello, Linda. Much love to you. Is vicious. Euphoria. You ask, where am I from? You know, you have asked so nicely, and I'd like to play a little game based on your username, Euphoria. I am from Canada, to prevent you from wondering as I go on with this game. But considering that feeling of euphoria, that is where we all come from. Whenever we are feeling euphoric, truly happy, that is because we are abiding in our original nature. Every time we do something fun and we feel that joy, it's not because the desire was fulfilled, but because it went away after, and what remains is just an abidance in the self, in what you are, in your source. That source is euphoria itself. Many philosophers have attempted to answer the question over the years: how do we become happy? But very few people ask the question, why do we all search for happiness? This isn't something that anyone's taught us to do. We had to be taught to do everything, even rolling over. You know, forget about riding a bike, tying your shoe, speaking, writing, walking. Before even crawling, we struggled as babies so hard to just roll onto our stomach. Or once we were there, we struggled so hard to roll back onto our back. We had to get the guidance from our caregivers. But yet, how many billion people on this planet? And no one taught us to search for happiness, yet we all do it. So the question is, why do we search for happiness? The most fulfilling answer, in my experience, comes from ancient India, where the rishis of the Himalayas said, maybe 10,000 years ago, that the reason we search for happiness is no different than the reason that a rock is drawn towards the earth, that a river is drawn towards the ocean, because constituents of its source are always drawn home, and happiness is our home. Physicists are still working out the details as to the physical structure of that singularity which gave rise to this whole universe. But I'll tell you this thing about that source. That source must have been an infinite abode of happiness, because we are all drawn towards it. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of fires. Jai Sitaram. And I agree, Asteroid Star. That singularity that I describe for you is no different than the Christ. There are many ways of describing that source throughout cultures and traditions of the world. And thank you, Michael, for your 7 ginger men, your trio of fire, and your quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, Cat Lady Bird, for your 7 roses. Jai Sitaram. Tatvamasi, you share that you think awareness is more accurate than consciousness. Consciousness is moving awareness. Thoughts? It's a good question. That is not a distinction that I make when I use these words, just for you to know that I consider consciousness to be just as still as that awareness in sentiment. However, I recognize that the English language is very flexible, and as long as we are careful to define the words that we are using, then it should be alright to use consciousness in a moving sense, whereas awareful witness might be more accurate. And thank you, Joss, for your garland headpiece. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Linda, for your 52 roses. Radhe Radhe. And I will just make a note that, Asteroid Star, you are very welcome to be here. I hope you don't see me as someone who's trying to take you away from your faith, that is, in Christ. I truly and sincerely also believe that if you follow the teachings of the Christ, then you will find that salvation. But that same salvation that you speak about, in my opinion, is non-different from the goal in other religions, faiths, and traditions also. That is why, in this space, I open the floor up to various different traditions without any kind of conflict. Truth is one, but the way to get there is many. However, if we cannot accept that, then I will have to mute you. Otherwise, you are welcome to be here as long as you are open to seeing other people's experiences of life as just as valid as your own. Thank you. And thank you, deceased, for your heart me, your quartet of roses, and your tiny yippee and fire. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, MJ, for your trio of disco loves. Jai Sitaram. And I like the way you put that, Nish. We all are on different boats, headed to paradise. Reminds me of what Ram Dass said. We're all walking each other home. And Liego, Scars, you share a good question. Or more of a statement which is important. We can talk about it. Jesus said that he is the only truth. Thus he is either wrong or right. In logic, what you bring up is the idea of the excluded middle. That either a statement or its negation is true, and there is no third option, logically speaking. But this is a kind of black and white thinking, one that I would also say even Jesus wouldn't recommend that you practice as a Christian. Indeed, I do believe that Jesus is a personification of that one truth, and that one truth is non-different, non-separate. It is infinite and all-pervading. But that same truth can be approached in different ways. What Jesus said specifically, which is a subtle note, but one that we should unfold carefully, is that he is the only way to the Father. No one can get to the Father unless through me. Now, he didn't say the truth. He said the Father. But the Father is the truth, I hear you ask. Yes. The Father also carries with the truth a personification of a fatherly sentiment. We can look at the source of reality like a father. We can also look at it like a mother, or a wise old man, or even as a baby. There are many different forms in which we can personify that truth. And because Jesus represents the Son, then the way to a father's heart is through the Son. If, however, you prefer to personify that truth differently, then there is a different path for you. Naturally, however, many people may listen to this and they go, doesn't that invalidate my experience? Because my path is valid in the fact that it's the right one. Wouldn't opening up this idea for other paths being valid invalidate the preciousness of my path? And that's a good question, because we don't want to let go of the preciousness of our path. But consider it like this. It's not that there exists so many religions in the world because you have to figure out which one is right and which ones are wrong, but because that God is so merciful, so infinite, that He, she has given us a variety of forms that speak to our heart. If God is the truth, then it's the same truth in all religion. If all religions claim that they contain the truth, then what they all contain is the same thing at their core. It is like climbing a mountain. Consider God to be at the top of a mountain. Like Mount Everest, you could go from the south, the east, the west, the north. Some people say the north is easier. Some people say the south is easier. There are many different ways to get you to the top of that mountain. But the peak is one. There aren't two peaks. There is only one highest point. Now, what direction you take is personal. That choice you take is entirely up to the individual. As long as you are consistent in your hike up the mountain, then whatever angle you approach it, you will reach the top. The only people that aren't reaching the top are the ones going in circles around the base, telling everyone that they've got the wrong approach. Just as that source has given rise to so many galaxies, and in each galaxy so many stars, and in each solar system so many planets, and on this planet so many life forms, wouldn't it also make sense that that source has manifested itself throughout so many different religions as well? That is the infinite glory of God. God is so magnificent that it takes more than one religion to be able to define Him. But whatever path you take is a valid one. Just because others may have another experience than your own doesn't make your experience any less meaningful. In fact, it actually makes your approach even more meaningful because it becomes a more personal endeavor. Everyone's relationship with that source is so personal. We could never get in the way of anyone else's relationship with that. And thank you, Fernando, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Angela, you share that you think I am in love with God. Indeed I am. And thank you, Invocation, for your heart me and the let 'em cook. Jai Sitaram. Deceased, you ask, have I ever been in love? Indeed I have. And broken-hearted just as many times. But the spirit is strong and unbroken. And the ego scars you add to the conversation. If that is true, then why would God manifest religions that contradict each other's paths? Actually, if you look close enough, there are no contradictions in religion. There are, however, people who contradict each other. Notice the difference between a religion and the religious people. When I was younger, I hated religion. I grew up to be such an atheist. But then I realized that all of the terrible things I had associated with religion only came to be about due to my relationship with religious people, that I myself had never actually studied the Bible or the Quran or the Vedas. And when I read them without the opinions of others, I found them to be beautiful in their original language. Religions themselves are one at heart. It is the people that divide. It is the conflicts that exist within one's mind, not within scripture. And thank you, is vicious, for your heart meat and your hand hearts. Ariom Tatsa. And Christian Neil, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Invocation, for another cheer you up. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Voidless. Deceased, you're wondering, am I attracted to both genders? I think there is something in everyone that I may find attractive. I have love for so many different people. That doesn't necessarily imply that I would like a romantic relationship with everyone. Right now, I am happy deepening my relationship with myself. And thank you, Crunchy Chickens, for your quintet of ice cream cones. Ariom Tatsat. And well said, Rias. I like wine. I don't care about the label. It's wonderfully put. Glow, you were wondering. Yeah, when I was a child, what did I want to be when I grew up? I have a very simple answer for you. I remember walking across the road to go to my kindergarten class when I thought of the answer, and I was so scared that I'd forget this answer that I repeated it to myself every day with the hopes that when I did grow up, I would remember. Fortunately, I did remember, and that was an inventor. I wanted to grow up to be an inventor. I wanted to invent things. And although I never made any big contraptions, I feel happy to have invented many things mathematically, or even within my mind. I've invented tools to better understand myself and perspectives to help others. These inner creations I am very proud to have participated in the invention of. And well said, Voidless. I've invented great ideas, although now I don't feel an ownership over those ideas. I feel like it is more humbling to understand them as discoveries. I may have stumbled upon an idea, but no one can own knowledge, that is for sure. Knowledge is a part of the universe. Crunchy Chickens, I'm smiling at your name because my favorite childhood video game, Fable. In Fable, there were 2 foods that affected your morality. If you ate tofu, that would increase your goodness. And if you ate a crunchy chicken, that would increase your evilness. Chloe, you love Fable so much. It is, I think, my favorite game of all time. And not many people have played it, unfortunately. And thank you, Valerie, for your rose a few moments ago. Radhe, Radhe. Daniel, you were wondering what I have invented mathematically. I think the craziest thing I ever invented was a closed form solution to Conway's base 13 function over the integers. And if that sounds like a mouthful, it's because it is. Now, if you Google my name, you'll find that research paper. It's the only thing I've ever published in a journal. And the title of that research paper is called Arithmetic Manipulation and the Conway Base 13 Function. If you want to see the creation of the most ridiculous equation, it is quite large and it takes 13 whole pages to build up from the scratch. But it's a counterexample to the converse of the intermediate value theorem, which states that a continuous curve will have every point in between the minimum and the maximum expressed somewhere between those bounds. But the converse isn't necessarily true. You can have every point between those bounds expressed, even if the function isn't continuous. The Conway base 13 function is an example of that, but Conway never actually formalized the function, and so I thought I'd have an attempt at actually constructing the function. He just proved that it exists, and I did my best to construct it over the largest field that I could, but I might go back in the future and upgrade that function to work over not just the integers, but the rational numbers too. Anyway, now that I've put most of you to sleep by meandering ideas in mathematics, we can continue to other subjects. And yes, that is right, or yes, that is the title of the paper, in case anyone wants to copy it or screenshot it. Mind you, it's a very boring paper, I will admit. I didn't do it because it was interesting per se, but because Conway died that year, and so I wanted to do it in his legacy because I looked up to him. Same mathematician behind Conway's Game of Life. Now thank you, Jarrett, for the beautiful swan you sent several minutes ago. And thank you for my patience and extending my gratitude back to you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Felix, you find yourself becoming silly. You like it? Good, good. I think the world could use a little more silliness and a little less seriousness. Could you imagine how fewer conflicts there would be in the world if people were silly? You know, could you imagine if the world leaders just shared memes to each other, just goofed around? There'd be no reason to conquer your next door neighbor. You're just goofing around all day. There's no seriousness. Everything is light. And I like that, Kaylee. People pretend they aren't silly, right? Existence is very silly. I have to restrain myself from laughing most of the time. And thank you, Ostlending, for your dozen roses and an octet of them a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Danswaila, you ask, can one be in a relationship and still be Krishna conscious? You read a lot about celibacy in the Gita. Does it detract from someone's path? It's a challenging question, Danswaila, because there is a lot of benefit from restraining from sexual gratification. Now, one thing to point out is that the idea of celibacy in the Bhagavad Gita is very different from celibacy in other religions, because sex is not considered a sin in Hinduism. Sex is very natural. I mean, we all wouldn't be here without it. However, it's not that the sex itself is restricting. It is the need to indulge in it, that we feel somehow unsatisfied if we don't engage ourselves in it. Rather, we should strive to be blissful within ourselves, so that an orgasm is not even close to the bliss that we experience through our spiritual sadhana, our spiritual practice. The kind of bliss that is possible outweighs even the most powerful orgasm. So, with that in mind, there is some importance of celibacy from the point of encouraging people to discover the higher kind of bliss that is available to you, not a temporary kind that comes and goes. if you found that bliss, then there'd be no reason to engage in any sensual gratification. If you were already blissful, I don't say that anything detracts from your spiritual path. As long as you are steadfast in Krishna consciousness, if that is the path that you are on, then everything that is unnecessary will fall away. But you don't have to focus on removing any part of your life, only maximizing your ability to love that source we call Krishna. As long as your love is increasing, then you could find yourself married or single or something more complicated or more simple. But it's the love in your heart that matters most, not what you do with your body, what you do with your mind. And thank you, Amaris, for your rose and quintet of finger hearts. Jai Sita Ram. And hello, Dina. You are wondering, will I be reposting my content? You are looking for a specific video. At this time, I have no plans for releasing the videos that I have made private. But if you can tell me which video you are referring to, maybe we can have a conversation about it, or I can guide you to places that I learned about said topic. And thank you, Jos, for your 67 roses many minutes ago now. But my gratitude remains ever the same. Radhe, Radhe. And Sky Guardian, you share that it's time to read Gadhada 117 from the Vachana Amrut. We will do so. First, I will mirror the generous token of appreciation that many people have sent each in the form of my gratitude, like Spencerius, for your quartet of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Lila, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dina, you shared, is the one where I explained about God that He isn't a figure in the sky talking. Gotcha. Yes. You know, the idea of a sky father goes back all the way to Zeus. In fact, the full name is Zeopiter, and due to grammatical reasons, if you don't include the Peter, it just becomes Zeus or Zeus. I'm not totally sure of the grammar behind it. But Zeus literally means sky, and Peter means father. So Zeopiter means sky father, and actually that's the same place that we get the word Jupiter, comes from the very same pair of words. Zeo eventually became Ju, and the Peter remains the same, so we call Jupiter, literally means sky father. And that comes back all the way into the Vedas, where the Sanskrit term is Deus Piter, which literally means sky father. But why did the Vedas refer to God as a sky father? Well, the sky is something very symbolic. Also, the idea of a father is very symbolic. what a father's role in creation is to be the seed of life. And a mother is the womb of life. We consider God to be the seed of life from which all this universe arose. And the first thing that is said to have arisen from that seed is the Akash, the formless space. And so the Sky Father doesn't mean the Father in the sky, it means the Father of the sky. It means the progenitor of the space itself. And thank you, Paul Ferguson, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Garrett, thank you for your sweet memories. Jai Sintaram. I am also waiting for my book one day. And thank you, Melina, for your heart me and quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! And goodbye, Felix. And thank you, Garrett, for your hand hearts and your 60 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Paul Ferguson, for another 10 roses many minutes ago. And PW, thank you for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And yes, you are very right, Ambi Doll. Earth is the mother. Mother Earth. Mother Nature. And Dogmata, thank you for your heart mate. And Marianne, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Crunchy Chickens, thank you for your quartet of disco loves many minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Stacy, thank you for your love you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Liz, for the dancing beaver and sunglasses. Jai Sitaram. And Ginseng, thank you for that applause. And thank you, Chris Morton, for the cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. And MJ, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. And thank you, Dina, for your rose and hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Stacy, for your paper crane. And thank you, everyone, for your patience as I finally said thank you to all of my generous donators. Now, I promised Sky Guardian that after I got caught up, I would read from another section of the Vachana Amrut. And then we can go back into our regular format of questions and answers. I do see very many lovely questions still. And I won't ignore you. I just ask for your patience as we read from the Vachana Amrut, a collection of about 300 discourses from a spiritual being about 200 years ago named Swami Narayan. This book can be terse with Sanskrit terminology and very direct. It's important to understand the context where Sriji Maharaj, another name for Swami Narayan, is surrounded by a very traditional group of spiritual seekers. So there's lots of room to ask questions on anything that might be very direct. Here we are reading Gadhada 1:17. Negative influence in satsang, not uttering discouraging words. This is very applicable, although I won't claim for this to be a satsang. It is a sangha, spiritual gathering. What makes a satsang different from a sangha is the sat, the truth. I won't claim to have the truth, although I can claim that I am very interested in how I can come to know that truth with you all together. On Magshar Vadi the 5th, Samvat 1876, or the 6th of December 1819, Sriji Maharaj was sitting in a west-facing room of Dada Khajar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. He had also tied a white pug around his head, and a tassel of yellow flowers was inserted into that pug. Wearing a garland of yellow flowers, Maharaj was seated in this manner in a very cheerful mood while a passage from the Srimad Bhagavat was being read. At that time, Sriji Maharaj called for Muktananda Swami, Gopalananda Swami, and some other sadhus. Addressing them, he said, "In our satsang fellowship, a small element of negative influence remains, which I wish to eliminate today. I want to conduct this matter in such a manner that it encompasses all satsangis, paramahansas, sankhya yogis, and karma yogis. Everyone. Now, what is this negative influence in satsang? Well, those who preach in satsang speak discouragingly. That is the negative influence in satsang. That is the negative influence. What do they say? They say, who can follow God's commands thoroughly? Who can possibly observe the religious vows perfectly? No one. Therefore, we should observe only as much as we possibly can. After all, God is the Redeemer of even the wicked, and so He will grant liberation to us as well. Moreover, they say, attempting to behold God's form in the heart is not possible by one's own efforts. It is only beheld by those whom God helps out of compassion. With such complacent words, they discourage others from practicing dharma, jnana, vairagya, bhakti. These are righteous duties, knowledge, dispassion, devotion, and other spiritual endeavors for pleasing God. Therefore, from this day onwards, no one in our satsang fellowship should utter such discouraging words. Instead, always speak courageously. Those who do not speak such words should be known as impotents. In fact, on days when one speaks such discouraging words, one should observe a fast. Thank you for listening. Very simple one, that is. Speak courageously. Inspire others. A fast from talking. Apparently Gandhi used to do that. I forget what day it was, but I feel like it was Sunday or maybe Monday that Gandhi would not speak. He would just write on a board of some kind and wipe it off. I too would not like to talk to others on Mondays. I think many of you would agree. And the Sanskrit term for that is called Mauna Brata. Thank you, Tattvamasi. Monday does seem like a good day for that. I agree, Chloe. Jameson, you were wondering, are words powerful? In my opinion, words can be vehicles for powerful things. The way in which we use words is often more powerful than the object of words itself. It is like a hammer. By itself, it is not up to doing much of anything. But when used in the right way, a hammer can build up a house. At the same time, it can take one down. The power lies not in it, but how we wield it. And thank you, Spencerius, for the let 'em cook. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Chloe, you share earlier that either you don't talk enough or you talk too much. You talk just enough. Give yourself a break. Alice, you asked a good question earlier. But if to be happy is to feel the abundance of the universe, can one get addicted to it? Absolutely. The bliss of the universe can be very addicting. However, the more blissful you become, the more you infect the hearts of others with your bliss as well. Like the Buddhists say about compassion being like a candle's flame, that fire can light other fires without ever diminishing its own flame. You'll find that blissful people, they are the most productive, they are the most caring, they are the best listeners, they make the best decisions, and their bodies feel good. It is us miserable people that have all these worries going on up here that make for unproductive people, poor listeners, etc. The more happy one becomes within, and the better they are able to perform their duties. And thank you, Alan Robin, or Raban, perhaps, for your trio of fires. Radhe, Radhe. And Spencerius, thank you for your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And good evening, Alan. And thank you, Alice. I try to be I can always be a better listener. And thank you, Madeleines, for your 25 roses too. Jai Sitaram. Cool beans, says Adam. Cool beans. And I hope you have a wonderful sleep when you get there, Rhiannon. Madeleines, you shared that you are trying to learn the balance of passion and anger. Passion gets things done. Anger undoes what you have already done. Madeleines, you also ask, how do you do the right thing without being too fired up? Well, if something is too fired up, then you need to cool down a little bit. How do you cool down? Center yourself. Focus on slowing your breath. You know, it's just like a fire. Too much oxygen in the fire blows up. If we breathe too fast, then of course we blow up. Slowing the breath, smoothing it, making it even. This can cool down your nervous system. Adam, you ask, am I always happy? You'll just have to wait and see. See if at some point I get really angry or I get really sad. Though I'm sure that if I were in either of those states, I probably wouldn't be going live. Now, that said, I do experience sadness. I do experience anger. I do experience fear. I experience all the same emotions you all do. However, happiness is not something that comes and goes like them. I'm curious, everyone. I wonder if you've experienced this also. If you haven't, that's okay. Have you ever had a sky that was very gray, and then there was an opening in the clouds, and so you could see the blue sky behind, but it almost looked like an inverted situation? And instead of a blue sky and a patch of gray making a cloud, you had a whole gray sky and a patch of blue. It almost looked like a blue cloud. Just for a second you might think, what's that blue cloud doing up there? It's nice. And you realize, actually it's the opposite of a cloud. It's a hole in the cloud, not another cloud. Yes, some of you have. Well, this is very similar to happiness. We have so many emotions, and then when there's an opening in the emotion, we go, oh, that's a funny emotion. It's a funny looking emotion, call it happiness. But what we are really looking at is what was always there to begin with. See, the clouds, they come and go, but that blue spot in the sky is not something that comes and goes per se, because that sky behind is always there. Happiness is very similar. Happiness is like the blue sky of our feelings, and the feelings are the clouds. It may seem like happiness is one of those clouds that passes, but that's more like an optical illusion of seeing that blue cloud in the sky. What we were really seeing was the opening of those clouds to see what was always there. In the same way, even on a cloudy day, that sky is still there behind. It doesn't go anywhere. Similarly, even in times where we feel that cloudiness within, there is a thick fog of sadness or a thunderstorm of anger. Always, happiness is behind all of those feelings. So you are never without your happiness, even for a moment. And I like the way you put that, Abdu. Sadness is a part of happiness. Well said. Just as the clouds are a part of the sky. And yes, you did start a great conversation. Thank you, Adam. And I'm glad that you loved tricks of perception as a kid. So much of life is all to do with our perception of it. Yet we often forget that. Is the ballerina rotating clockwise or counterclockwise? You say it depends on your perspective. Is the dress black and blue, or what is it, white and gold? It depends on the person, their perspective, how they see things. Did you have a good childhood? Absolutely not. What? Don't you think it also depends on your perspective? How you see things? Your perception of it? Nope. It was definitely bad. Period. It is possible also to change our perception of the events in our life and see everything as working in our favor, rather than trying to get everything to appear as if it works in our favor. Let us understand that there is a perspective in which everything has already been in our favor from the beginning. And thank you, Madeline, for your 50 roses you sent a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Jer, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Riyaz, thank you for your pair of rosas. Jai Sitaram. You're very welcome, Madeline's. Thank you for finding safety here. I can set the intention for this space as being a positive one, but it is up to you all to agree with my intention. And that choice is yours. And it's not a rhetorical point. Genuinely, I am very grateful for everyone's conscious effort to make this space a productive and healthy one. And we are all growing together, learning our boundaries and our needs, how to express them. And thank you, Tattva Masi, for your quintet of roses. And Trond, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Alice, you ask, do I feel I have grown more strong in not feeling judged by others and not being afraid of insult? I've come a long way, that's for sure, and I have a long way to go. But I am starting to understand that no insult is personal. That if we can remember that what people are going through is so individual, that you can't possibly take their harsh words personally, knowing that they're really just directed towards themselves. Naturally, there are still times in which I feel the anger body arising, as Eckhart Tolle would put it. It's a good word. Anger body. I also recognize that it is entirely possible that when someone is directing negativity towards me, who's to say that isn't God sitting in their hearts, inspiring them to say those words to test my own patience? Then I definitely must be good behaved. I must be good behaved. Does that make sense? I think so. I definitely must be on my best behavior when I'm in the presence of God testing me. Yes, thank you for testing my patience. This is an opportunity for me to deepen my own peace within and not react. I am blessed for this possibility. And thank you, Chloe, for your 7 fires a few times. I was about to say a few times ago. A few minutes ago. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. Yeah. It's a good way of putting it, Abdul. God make you going through all this to be made strong. Lovely. And yeah, Alice, you share. You have been told this many times, but it's so hard to not feel shame and disconnect yourself from it. Definitely. That makes sense. Everything easier said than done. That is why I followed that perspective up with the idea of the source of the universe sitting within the person who is throwing such words at you. Then it's not even them. Then it's a divine blessing. And that's a high perspective. and maybe not one that we can reach right now. But if you can get yourself up to that perspective, you may even start to enjoy the tests that come your way, because you really feel like you are in the presence of divinity always. And thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. And Stacy, thank you for your 30 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sam, you ask, how do I stay positive? I take all my electrons and I give them to the next guy. I try to accumulate only protons, no electrons. I'm just kidding. I have found that positivity is the best thing to do. That it's really rewarding to be positive. It feels good. It just makes your day go better. And positivity builds on itself. I'm reminded by Hikaru. You know that chess player? He's a super GM, rated like 2700 ELO rating. Anyway, he said something about chess that stood out to me, which is that good decisions build on themselves. That even if you made a mistake halfway into your game, if you've been making good choices this whole time, you'll find that you've already given yourself a way out of this mistake. Just because you've made so many good choices thus far, that you've already built a safety net for yourself. These good choices are like a feedback loop. They inspire even more good moves. It just starts to flow at a really high level of chess when you just start seeing all the right moves to make. Suddenly everything just builds on each other and you gain this momentum. I think positivity is very similar. Coming back to positivity again and again, it starts to build on itself, gain momentum, and you build a safety net so that even if something negative arises, you already have made a way out for yourself, given all the positivity that you've been harboring thus far, all of the positive choices you've been making, all of the positive associations you've had. And thank you, Braihev, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Rob, for your tiny. Yippee! I don't know if you can hear me. I'm a bit gassy at the moment. I had a good burger, a veggie burger, before I got on. Jigs, you ask, do I ever get angry? Just curious. Whenever anger does arise, I try to be curious. Just curious. It's easy to have the impression that positive people must be really good at denying their emotions, like they have a choice in the matter, that they just choose not to get angry. Actually, I have learned that it is just the opposite. Happy people know that they have no choice in their emotions. So when anger does arise, instead of trying to control it, they get curious about it. They ask difficult questions and try to think, why am I getting angry right now? What will it lead to? Is there a point in this anger? Why has this feeling of defensiveness arisen? And that curiosity itself is enough to have the anger pass without any reaction. And you might not even know that that whole process goes on within some positive people. They could just be sitting there, really angry, and then they close their eyes for a few seconds, and they get curious about the feeling, and that curiosity dissolves the emotion, and then they open their eyes, and that whole time they never externalized that anger by reacting to it. You had no idea, just thought that they were at peace the whole time, and in a way they were at peace even with the feeling that they were curious about. And it's that total acceptance in all experiences that arise that gives one a deeper sense of transcendental peacefulness. And thank you, Sam, for your finger heart. Radhe, oh Radhe. I like that, Abdul. You share that our Prophet said, if you got anger for something big, but nothing big in this life. It's very wise. And I love that, Adam. Anger is an opportunity to learn about yourself. And as you said, Kelsey, it also teaches you something about yourself. And Mahler Wilk, you shared that anger is passion in disguise, beautiful if we are open to observing. And Tatvamasi, you ask, when you ask why, are we adding to more thoughts? They were not yours to begin with. It's a good question. And I like your exploration of anger without mental identification. I see the truth in that. Sometimes you don't have to ask why. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to know why you're feeling like this. You can allow it without looking for reason. That's a wonderful point. I like that, Alan. Anger is just fear disguising as anxiety. And I love that insight as well, Kelsey. Anger is taking responsibility for someone else's choice. So many wonderful perspectives on anger tonight. And good night, Sam. Alexis, you had asked, any advice on breaking free from trauma bonds? I like your incentive to be free from them. That might come with the visual to escape them, or take what you're holding on to and give it away. And there are wonderful truths in that imagery. I would like to add another perspective that's the inverse of that imagery. Instead of breaking away from the trauma, break into it. What is it that you don't want to look at or feel? That is what you should feel. That thing you don't want to think about is exactly what will be healing to think about. Your mind might resist. But if it hurts to feel those feelings, think those thoughts, how can I be healing? Pain is proof that you are exploring something which requires you to open up to. For example, when we cut our arm and afterwards there is that pain is the signal to the body to start sending the platelets there to clot up the wound, to get the T-bodies, the white blood cells there to fight any infection. Without that stimulus, the body doesn't go into healing mode. It is the pain that signals the healing. So the more we are able to hold space for our own feelings, as painful as that may be, diving into them signals to the body that you are ready to move on from this. And the healing process really begins. And thank you, Kevin, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. I love that, Abdu. Our problem is that we forget all this wisdom when the anger arrives. So true. We all have so much wisdom. It would be great if we could apply it more. Wouldn't it? And that's lovely, Ambrosia. And thank you, Skeptical, for your trio of fires. Jai Sitaram. My apologies, Flower and Star. If it seemed like I read but ignored your comment, it is because I didn't read your comment. So let me scroll up so I can read it. You shared, how can I heal from physical pain? You suffer with it 24/7, and you're so tired. Chronic pain is a big challenge for many people, and you're not alone in that. Sometimes it is not the pain itself which is exhausting, but having to make excuses for it, having no one there to understand what you're going through. So much healing happens just in having someone there to understand you without putting expectations on you. If you can associate with a group of people that may be going through similar things, I am sure that so much weight will be lifted off your shoulders, knowing that a deep and fulfilling life is still possible, even if it looks very different from others. Every life is so unique, and our journey is just as deep. We may not get to explore the outer world as much as other people, but you have been blessed with the opportunity to explore the inner world so much deeper than many other people, because you are put in a position where there is nothing else to do but come to terms with what is truly meaningful to you, the deepest part of your being, in spite of so much physical pain on the surface. And I think that in some way that's a very beautiful journey that you're on. And I give you all my best wishes for you to find happiness, a kind of happiness that's been there all along and will be there. Always. Storm, thank you for that heart me a moment ago. Jai Sitaram and Nene, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat, your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now it seemed my internet disconnected me for a moment, at least on my end. But I assume if it disconnected me on my end, that it also disconnected me on your end. But it works now. Thank you, Alice. Okay, good. I was commenting on Tattvamasi's idea that the ratio of happy versus sad emoticons represents where humanity is in emotions. That's a wonderful idea. I like that. Now, of course, it represents where we are with the kind of emotions that we express, or choose to express at the very least. And that can be a good indication of what's happening on the inside. But there are many reasons to use a smile face, even when on the inside we are frowning. And there are many reasons to use a frown face, Even if on the inside we are actually happy. For example, a teacher of young students, maybe one of her first graders, says the funniest swear. Well, the swear itself is not funny, but it's just funny to hear a little kid just use it so randomly, naively. But the teacher has a responsibility not to encourage swearing, so she has to put on a frown face, even though on the inside she is giggling. Actually, I've been trying to write this program for years now that I call the Internet Happiness Index. I've been looking for ways to parse what's on the internet and gauge how happy the internet is at any time. And I think you just solved the problem. That's probably the easiest solution. Did people share more happy emojis today or sad emojis? I've been looking into all these sentiment analysis, artificial intelligences to parse various different articles, but my goodness, I've been looking at it all wrong. Thank you, Datmamasi. Occam's razor. And thank you, Riley, for your rose a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And grateful you were wondering about the song. The words that I say in gratitude. They are not Hebrew, though I would love to learn Hebrew one day. Hebrew is a very beautiful language. Apparently my name means sea in Hebrew. Yam. The words I sing are Sanskrit, which is also an ancient language, like Hebrew. And Riyanan, you share that you think that's one of your favorite emojis, the upside down smiley face. It is a wonderful emoji. It means so many different things. Even if the world is turning upside down, I will still put a smile on for you. And thank you, Michelle, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Alice, you share that you love using sad or angry ones. They're so funny to use in opposite contexts. Shall we play a game, everyone? Let us use an emoji in its opposite context. Write something wonderful and then put a sad face. And then write something terrible and put a smiley face. Alice says, I love my life, with crying emojis pouring down. The devil, says user 623, with the angel emoji and the halo. I love you all, says G2 Infinity, with this very sad face. Aw, that's actually very sweet. Leah? Your self-love is so big. I don't even know how to describe that. Anguish. I don't want to wake up, says Kelsey. Very happy face. Good night, Anthony. We are all part of one organism, says Song of S5. crying emoji. Bliss, says Saturnus, with an angry cursing emoji. I feel warm and fuzzy inside, says Isabella. Devil emoji. The future, Abdu says, with a hard eye emoji. That's funny. Edin, you ask. Do I know Islam? It is peace. I am sure that I have a lot of way to go when it comes to my understanding of Islam. But especially from great Sufi saints like Rumi, indeed, there is so much peace that can be found. Thank you for playing this game, everyone. Very funny. Comparison, says Saturnus. Meditating emoji. Now I probably made all of you yawn by doing that. Yes, I do know Rumi. Of course, not personally, but a wonderful mystic and poet. Jenny, you ask, can I please put good vibes and blessings for you? You could really use it at the moment. Jenny, the whole world is opening up for you right now. It may seem like you may take one step back, but that is only for you to take 2 steps forward. The soul may endure so much adversity only for you to open up to what is made possible by your undying spirit. I could give you blessings, but you already have blessings of the whole universe working in your favor. Thank you, July Moon Child, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Storm, for your rose. And Rhiannon, you share that you are giddy, though you should sleep. Giddiness is a great mindset to have before coming to sleep. And hello, Joanna. Welcome. And I'm happy that you enjoy the background music, Kelsey. And Tatvamasi, you share after playing that little game. Now all your angry emojis are first in the list. And I'm happy that you find a chill vibe in here. The Carpenter's Son. I should read audiobooks. Well, you know, we can read from another section of this pocket Pema Chodron. Oh, that looks lovely with her background. How perfect is that? Pema is now traveling through space. I love that. She is one of the wisest women in the world. A Buddhist nun, and 108 of her sayings have been compiled in this book There's her book cover. Be grateful to everyone. This is one we've read before, I believe, but I have yet to make a little dog ear telling me that I have read it. Instead, we'll read number 59. Wakefulness is found in pleasure and pain. In practicing meditation, we're not trying to live up to some kind of ideal. Quite the opposite. We're just being with our experience, whatever it is. If our experience is that sometimes we have some kind of perspective and sometimes we have none, then that's our experience. If sometimes we can approach what scares us and sometimes we absolutely can't, then that's our experience. Pardon me. This very moment is the perfect teacher, and it's always with us. Is really a most profound instruction. Just seeing what's going on, that's the teaching right there. We can be with what's happening and not dissociate. A wakefulness is found in our pleasure and our pain, our confusion and our wisdom, available in each moment of our weird, unfathomable, ordinary, everyday lives. Wakefulness is found in pleasure and pain. Tattvamasi, you're wondering, yeah, do you listen to Samaneri Jayasara? I am unfamiliar with who they are, but I am always open to take my awareness to new places. Hello, de philosophe. And thank you, Jenny, for your paper grain a few moments ago, before we started reading. Oriom Tat Sat. Joey Garcia, you ask, am I always this calm and happy? I don't know, you can try to provoke me, we'll see what happens. And I love your sentiments, Bryhef. Blessings to those who shared the wellness with me moments ago. Know that I can feel the energy. This was after you shared. Let's see, where was it? Blessings to all that see this. Please feel free to return the blessings. I love that. Take a blessing, leave a blessing. Like one of those books, one of those sidewalk book libraries. Take a book, leave a book. Naturally it kills, you share. Know I can be yappy sometime, yet truly grateful for the beauty cultivated here from the collective. What a wonderful word, yappy. Thank you, Alice DeWalt. I have had a great day today. Played some pool with my father. Had a veggie burger. It's good. I liked your video. That you shared about the book we were reading and how an idle mind is the devil's playground. It's a great verse from it. It's good to be engaged in something meaningful. Keep the mind fixated on positive things. Tatvamasi, you share that sometimes how I speak reminds you of her. You love her audiobooks and YouTube. Aw, well, I am very happy to remind you of a place of love for you. And hello, Jay Thomas. You share that you lost your mom about a month ago. And you all miss her. And you thank the universe, anyone here, everyone, for some peace. That relationship with our mother is so precious. It is a relationship we've had even before we were born. Literally. My mom said that whenever country music would play, I'd start dancing in her womb. Had a personality even then. And so, when I was born, she was so excited that she could play country music to me, you know, without it sounding muffled. And so she'd turn it on, and I'd start wailing. And then she found out I wasn't dancing in the womb, I was throwing a tantrum. I didn't love country music, I hated it. Those precious moments we share with our mother happen even before coming into this world. I believe that the first miracle that a mother performs is bringing us into this world. But the second miracle she does is herself leaving it. Because that's her saying with absolute certainty, I believe that you will survive without me. You have depended on me for so long in many ways, physically, biologically, emotionally, maybe even financially. But to prove to the universe that you are an independent soul, I will leave it so that you may discover how much love has been within you the whole time. Sabina, you are wondering, can I please speak about best intentions? The best intentions are ones in which there is no attachment to outcome, that you and I are going for a walk, and if we get lost, then I'll enjoy finding my way back to civilization with you. I am going to study hard for this test, and even if I fail, I'll have put in my best effort. I am going to love you so much. And even if I don't get that in return, the opportunity to even give you this love is the greatest gift itself. A pure intention, a best intention means that regardless of outcome, you are doing it with the best of your ability, in victory and defeat the same, in pleasure and pain. And that is the essence of Karma Yoga, action union. Being one with the action, because the opportunity to refine our abilities in the action itself is the reward. What that action leads to, we will see. You look forward to whatever it brings, positive, negative, neutral. And I agree, Sabina. It takes immense self-honesty, that's for sure. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Delia Kills. I appreciate your cautiousness, making sure that the words you type here are for everyone's benefit, that they are sincere and open. So far, I have not seen any words from you that take away anything from the quality of this experience. If anything, you add so much to the Sangha, and I'm very grateful to have you here. And thank you, MJ, for your quartet of balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. Vladstad, you ask, how does one remain so calm during moments of frustration and disappointment? We take a step back before engaging. Consider the mind like a movie in which so many different characters come onto the screen. One character is optimistic, another is frustrated, Another is patient. Another is disappointed. They come and they go. And when a character has taken hold of your brain, like Ratatouille, the movie where the mouse is controlling the hare, before engaging, take a step back. Wait until another character comes. It's your favorite movie, Melinda. When frustration or disappointment arises, be patient with it and refrain from reacting from those sensations until they come to pass. And so, until they come to pass, do practice holding space for them. If you're in a situation where people are waiting for you, you can tell them, right now is not the best time for me to make this decision. I need some space to consider the things you have mentioned, and I'm going to use that space to reflect and come back to this later. And you can even say that to yourself, mentally at least. When you've put yourself in a disappointing or frustrating situation, give yourself a break. Give yourself some space. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses a moment ago. Hariom Tat Sat. You're very welcome, Vlad's dad. I hope that what I shared was valuable to you and actionable. I know it's often easier said than done, but I do believe in your ability to pause and give everyone involved a moment, especially yourself, to reflect on things. Once you do it once, that becomes the fuel for next time. And every time you practice patience, it becomes even easier. And Brihef, you ask if you can share your biggest personal issue in life for perspective only. Of course. Be my guest. Cancel the internet. You share that you dislocated your knee and you're struggling. The knee is a very important part of our body. Without it, how can we walk? It's difficult when we are taken out of action to do the things we want to do. Sometimes it can be a rewarding experience to take a break from all those things and reignite passions that don't require such mobility. There are many things you can do with your knee. And there are so many things you can also do at home or in bed. Very useful things like resting, taking time for yourself. Watch those movies that you've been putting off that your friends have suggested. Work on that creative project. When you want to wander but the body cannot, let your mind take its place. Scotty Plaza, you shared that you got your yippee hat today. That is awesome. I would love to see that, if you are comfortable with sharing. Bryhef, you shared that you lost both legs a few years ago. In doing so, even your closest friends left you. It's one thing to lose your legs, but a whole other thing to lose your friends. It surprises me that a friend would do something like that. I would hope for you a friend that is able to adapt to your needs and abilities. And I am sure that keeping an open heart for such people in your life, they will find their way to you. No doubt about that. But thank you for sharing. That is very personal, and I'm grateful that you feel comfortable to do so here. Tattvamasi, you asked a moment ago, do I think being a male, one being a male already has masculine energy? Vice versa? You don't think so? But thoughts. The question is, how does gender relate to sex? Which is a very big discussion. I like the idea that the Vaishnavas have, that there is only one man, and that's God. Everything else is his Shakti, his feminine energy. That is to say, that source of life we call spirit or soul, that is the masculine. But what radiates from that in the form of our personality, mind and body, that is the divine feminine, the Shakti. The divine masculine is the source, and the divine feminine is the expression. Holy Father and Mother Nature. No matter what body you have, that body is a gift from Mother Nature. We have borrowed it from her. She has only lent us this body. We have to return it back to her. And thank you up the freeway for your heart meet. Hari Om Tat Sat. And is vicious. Thank you for your applause. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Jarrett, for your ice cream cone. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Samantha, you share? Oh, that's a question. I thought that was a statement. I thought you were sharing that this is more relaxing than the Christian atheists' debates. I should hope that this is more relaxing than any kind of debate. My intention is certainly not to engage in debate here, that's for sure. Yes, it is. Good to hear. G to infinity, you ask? Can we do another gentle game? I like that idea. Alright. Here's my gentle game for you all. I am going to start drawing a letter from the Devanagari alphabet, and you have to guess what letter it is. In English, what the equivalent is. The Devanagari alphabet, and you have to guess what letter it is. In English, what the equivalent is. Now, of course, we got lag during it all. Such is the nature of the internet. It does look like an S. I agree, Saturn S, but it is not an S. It is not Ya Tatvamasi, but that's a good it's a good guess. It is a single consonant. No, it's not ST, not D. Alright, you got it, Tatvamasi. It is Ja. J-H-A. Good. Maybe this game was lagging the live. It's a difficult game. I could have picked an easier one. And thank you, Samantha Chewy, for your pair of whipped coffees and your 20 cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. Now, actually, I think it's probably a good time to start wrapping things up for tonight. And that is a sound that is in Sanskrit, but technically Sanskrit doesn't have its own script, so that script that we were drawing was Devanagari, which is used to write a few different languages. One of them includes Sanskrit indeed. But before we go tonight, there are a few things I'd love to do with you all. I'd like to ask you all a question of the day. Read from another section of the book, Roar the Ganges, and then we will close today's session, and we will return tomorrow at the same time. And Alice, welcome back. You share that you had to go have a work call after watching my live. I made you more balanced. I didn't do anything. All that effort was applied by you, and I'm very happy for you. My question of the day for you all today is, what did you do to take care of yourself today? I would love to know. It's important to take care of oneself. And thank you, Samantha, for your quintet of ice cream cones as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. No chanting today, Saturnus, because I feel like that would be very loud, and this is ASMR Sunday. Bacon the bird, you took a run with your son. I love to hear that. And Samantha, you had a pedicure. That is very, very relaxing. It's nice to have that physical care and attention. Cancel the internet. You bought Hungry Jacks. A nice, simple, ready-to-make meal. Emily, you allowed others to love you as it's your birthday. Well, I'm very grateful that you have spent part of your birthday here. Thank you for including us all in it. Best wishes to you as you complete another lap around our local star, the sun. Allowing others to love is definitely a gift, and a way that we love in return. Earthly angel, you went to church. And Tatvamasi, you walked and meditated while doing it. It's a nice form of meditation. Kaylee, you had a nap, coffee, a shower. Good, good, good. Azulia, you ask, what did I do? Today, I reignited a passion for playing pool with my father and deepened our relationship and let him buy me a burger. Delicious veggie burger. And is vicious. You share that you plopped in bed and relaxed after getting home. I'm happy to hear that. Melinda, you enjoyed the sunshine. Joanna, you got a haircut and hair dye. That's very exciting. I'm happy to hear that you are expressing yourself in new ways, colorful ways. Ree Pafford, you went to the dog park to spend time outside. That's lovely. Ilya Kills, yes, it is ASMR Sunday. That's quite alright. Alice, you watched this live as self-care? Well, I'm very grateful that you found something in it to care for yourself with. Isabella, you took it easy today. You had neck pain, so you stayed home. Gina, you ate a lot, drank a lot of water, and watching me always. I am happy to hear that, Gina. Harriet, you ate a lot of donuts and a muffin. Food is great. I agree. Bryhef, you share that you came here to listen to me, the best part of your day. That's very sweet of you as well. Thank you for being here, Bryhef. Cat, you share that you spent time with your cat. That's lovely. It's on my to-do list today. Play with Sandy, and then later it says play with Shadow. But every time I've been going to play with them, they've been napping. Which is fair. I'm happy that you find calmness and relaxation in it, Ree. You are always welcome here. And MJ, you slept for an hour during the day, which is something you don't do generally. I'm happy to hear that. And Tatva Masi, you slept, you meditated, you rested, you walked, you looked at the birds, trees. So wonderful. And Harriet, you also took a walk with your bro. I love that. Birds, trees. So wonderful. And Harriet, you also took a walk with your bro. I love that. My internet disconnected. Do let me know when it has returned. I hope it has returned by now. Hi. Hello, Melinda. Enchantress Theodora, you spent the day rehoming cats. That's a very meaningful thing to do. I love that. Oz, you planted seeds and set up a couple fairy gardens. Mallory, it feels like you never get a moment to yourself. You lack in taking care of yourself. Well, let's do some positive reframing, shall we? I see an opportunity for me to take more care of myself. I am open to taking care of my needs with more attention and delicacy. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Trippy, you shower today? Always happy to hear that. Jarrett, you spent most of the day outside just relaxing and breathing. That sounds like a good day to me. And Kelsey Ann, you deep cleansed your mama's house. What a good child you are. I'm happy to hear that. And thank you for asking, user 740. I am good today. Very happy. And thank you, Joanna, for your quartet of roses. And I agree, Claudia Sell. We all should forgive ourselves and treat ourselves good. Yeah, life. And with that, I thank you all for exploring this question of the day together. I certainly very much enjoyed hearing all the things that you are doing to take care of yourself today, everyone. Much gratitude. Before we go today, let us read from another section of Roar the Ganges. This is a book that one of our Sanghis, Sky Guardian, has donated from his guru, Swami Taratmananda, the author of the book. And he even flexed on me by getting it signed. I've got his autograph. I believe that's an Om symbol, which is so cool. I've never seen a cursive Om. It could be something else, but I think it's an Om symbol. But I'm very grateful for Swamiji in giving his prayers and best wishes for our Sangha as we read his book. It'll be made as a free PDF shortly, he has affirmed to me, in case anyone wanted to get their hands on a copy. You can do so for free soon. This book takes place through his eyes as a Westerner coming to Hindu monkhood in India. He is days away from his initiation into sannyas, renunciation, and he is preparing for it, studying, meditating, praying. I never did find out how the argument between Raj and Vijay concluded. Judging from the little I overheard, I presumed neither would emerge victorious, but I knew of Raj's tendency from our prior conversations and surmised that the issue was not yet settled. Raj sat toward the front of the group assembled following dinner for satsang. After our guru, Swami Dayananda, had comfortably arranged himself on a cushion, Raj was first to ask a question. Swamiji, said Raj, this morning I had a long discussion with someone about the various paths by which a seeker can gain enlightenment. I read that there are 4 paths: the path of meditation, dhyana yoga, the path of devotion, bhakti yoga, the path of selfless service, seva, sometimes called raja yoga, and the path of knowledge, jnana yoga. I know you mainly teach the path of knowledge, Swamiji, but is it not true that all 4 of these paths lead to enlightenment? The same question had been put to Swami Dayananda many times before, yet his replies were always thoughtful and patient. He began, these 4 paths have been enumerated again and again. Raja Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga. People commonly say, like there are so many paths to the mountaintop, there are many paths to enlightenment. In fact, I made this very analogy earlier today. Let's hear if I'm about to get my butt whooped by Swami Dayananda. When I began my spiritual search, I thought this was true, but I later discovered that neither the ancient rishis, the seers, nor the traditional teachers ever acknowledged 4 different ways to gain enlightenment, liberation, moksha. Instead, they said, Jnanam eva mokshaha. Liberation is through knowledge alone. When the basic problem is ignorance, knowledge alone is the solution. We could say perhaps that many paths lead to the mountaintop, but on the top stands a temple, and the temple has but one doorway. But Swamiji, Raj protested, is it not being sectarian or biased to claim there is only one way to enlightenment? This view is not sectarian, Swami Dayananda replied. It simply acknowledges a fact. The nature of a problem determines the solution required. Suppose someone is critically ill, suffering from acute appendicitis. If I claim that surgery is the only way to restore his health, would you say that I am being sectarian? If I reject the use of alternative therapies like homeopathy, acupuncture, and positive thinking, you cannot say I am biased or narrow-minded. It is a matter of choosing a solution appropriate for the problem. Throughout the Upanishads, ignorance is shown to be the fundamental problem underlying our struggle for happiness. When the problem is ignorance, non-recognition of one's true nature, then the solution can only be self-knowledge. Then why is there so much said about these 4 paths? Raj asked. Because, Swami Dayananda replied, meditation, yoga, devotion, selfless service, and other practices are all required to prepare you for the spiritual journey. All these help you gain self-knowledge. Swami Dayananda went on to describe the role of yoga and meditation in gaining self-knowledge. He considered them sufficiently important to be included in the daily curriculum of the 3-year Vedanta course he taught in Pennsylvania. He even invited a yoga teacher to live in the ashram and teach both theory and practice. Good night, Claudia Sal. Yoga is an ancient discipline passed down orally from generation to generation until it was codified about 2,500 years ago by the sage Patanjali. This great seer composed a collection of sutras, or terse aphorisms now known as the Yoga Sutras. These sutras define a system of meditation based on a sequence of 8 specific practices. For this reason, Patanjali's yoga is commonly called Ashtanga Yoga, or 8-limbed yoga. Patanjali's sutras became the primary text on meditation for all of Hinduism. In the West, the word yoga is associated not so much with the teachings of Patanjali as with the practice of intricate stretching postures called asanas. But these postures actually represent just one of the 8 practices enumerated by Patanjali. Yoga is a comprehensive system that includes psychological theory, spiritual disciplines, and various meditation techniques. Its purpose is clearly defined in the Yoga Sutras themselves as chitta vritti nirodha, cessation of activity in the mind. According to Patanjali, the goal of yoga is withdrawal of one's mind from all activities, leading to absorption in a state of oneness called kaivalyam. The word yoga comes from the Sanskrit root yuj, to which the English word yoke is related. Modern teachers often explain that yoga means being joined or united with God. But this meaning is not exactly what Patanjali had in mind. According to traditional commentaries on the Yoga Sutras, yoke can mean either to join or to control, and Patanjali adopted the latter meaning, to control, in the sense of harnessing the mind for the sake of meditation. The 8 limbs of Ashtanga Yoga are like the rungs of a ladder. Climbing to the next rung can only be accomplished after ascending the preceding rungs. Thus, its series of 8 practices constitutes a methodical system of meditation. These steps are: number 1, yama, the prohibitions; niyama, the observances; asana, physical postures; pranayama, breathing exercises; pratyahara, sense withdrawal; dharana, concentration; dhyana, meditation; and samadhi, absorption. Yama and niyama are the do's and don'ts of yoga. The 5-fold yamas prohibit you from injuring others, lying, stealing, sexual impropriety, and acquisitiveness. The 5 niyamas mandate cleanliness, contentment, austerities, sacred study, and surrender to God. Why were moral rules included in a system of meditation? Let us discuss that tomorrow. For now, we will pause our reading there for now. And I thank you, everyone, for joining me today in reading from this book, and for this Sangha today as a whole. And thank you, Jarrett, for your tiny and a snowboard. Yippee! Goodbye, Emily. Tatvamasi, you ask, what was that about yama and niyama again? Yam? The yamas are the don'ts, and the niyamas are the do's. There are 5 of them each. And thank you for your 5 roses. 1 for each of the yamas, and 1 for each of the niyamas. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yama is the god of death too. Related? Indeed, Yama is the god of death. Maybe it differs in whether the vowels are long or short. I'm not quite sure what the connection between the god of death is and the do's and don'ts of yoga. So it's a good question that perhaps I'll have to get back to you on. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Maybe Yama, the god of death, that's the one that will swoop in to smite you if you don't follow the 5 Yamas. I don't know. And thank you, this guy, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. Thank you everyone for being here. I am very blessed to have the opportunity to be in service to you all, and who is to say if what I am doing even constitutes as service? But I vow to become purer and purer in my intentions every day, so that I may be of help to the divinity within you. And with that, we will be wrapping up our Sangha today. As always, the recording of this live stream will be uploaded to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. There you can get the most out of it. If there is anything you feel like you need to get out of it, I will publish the whole recording on YouTube. And I just finished editing a video for my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. My Yamsox ASMR YouTube channel, which is my other YouTube channel. Both are linked in the link tree in my bio. Yesterday we released the 5th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, and this too works very well with the filter. Looks like I am holding space itself in my hand. That's awesome. The 5th chapter was all about true renunciation, what we are actually letting go of. In spiritual circles, people always say, let go, yeah, renounce the world. But what does that practically mean? Should we go live in the caves? Should we go to the jungle? What should we really renounce? So the 5th chapter is all about that. And that's currently up already on the ASMR YouTube channel. But that's not the video that I finished editing today. That video is a tutorial on chanting and using mala beads, the analog watch of meditation from thousands of years ago. That was loud. People use beads for meditation, chanting. These are particularly large ones. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. They help time your meditation, and chanting in general can be a great relaxation technique, so I will be uploading that as soon as I'm done with this live stream. Rhiannon, rather, you shared that you were gifted a lovely pair of beads. What a delightful thing that is to be gifted. I am sure you will make good use out of them. Yes, these are chestnuts, actually. One day, I decided I wanted to make a mala of 108 chestnuts. And so I went looking for every chestnut tree in my city and finally collected hundreds of them so I could do so. But they're so unwieldy that it's not actually a practical mala necklace. It touches the floor, actually. Even around your neck. Alright, I don't know if you heard that, my stomach just made a funny noise. I should feed myself, take care of my body and its needs. But I wish you all a beautiful rest of your night, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. And absolutely you can use rosary to do the Hail Marys right? Yeah, whatever your tradition calls for, even if it's just a plastic bead necklace, it doesn't really matter in particular. Keeping your mind repeatedly absorbed in positive sentiments, now that is a good practice to engage in, whatever form it arises for you. Alright, thank you MJ for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Additionally, on my microphone, I don't know if you can see, there are Yamsox. Wow, even the Yamsox have space in them. That's wonderful too. Yams hurling through the void. That's awesome. Unfortunately, they don't arrive like that. So, keep your expectations lower for the space Yamsox, but that's a good idea in the future. There's also the tiny. Maybe this one looks like it goes through space as well. Nah, not really. A little bit. Oh, my phone is vibrating. Both of these things, Tiny and Yamsox included, are available at the store section of the link tree in my bio. It's a ridiculous thing that you can get for yourself if you ever want something in return for supporting me. I get a little bit of money from each purchase, and so that helps me save for my dream of going to India this summer and diving into same kind of stuff that Mark in Roar the Ganges is diving into. I hope to go to some ashram and learn from the Swamis, become immersed in it myself. For now, I will leave you all. I will be back tomorrow. But may this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And wow, I'm always amazed with how the filter works when holding this. That's just perfect. It really feels like they are in space. That's awesome. It's so cool. I'm happy you like that, Ilya. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Okay. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Chris Meyer girl. Struggled reading that for a second. Thank you for the love you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And for the finger heart. Thank you. Brittany, you're wondering, what kind of background is that? It's a tapestry. See, I can reveal. And thank you, Usha, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. MJ just says meow. And thank you, Tatmamasi, for another trio of roses. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment.